to the latest. Oh, okay. For anybody that has time to burn on their Saturday. Okay. Yeah, the hotspot data plans are always like not the best. Not enough data ever. Okay, so I decided to use Kern. Like, Kern is really making a serious appearance in Rebellion. And I figured out a way to make Kern more of a threat and more relevant to this story. So, because remember, Zeron, you know, is the last Molarian. He's the only one that has the ability to activate the supercarrier and the other Molarian tech. Okay? So keep that in mind when we run into Kern. And Kern isn't even, he's just, we've only encountered Kern in cyberspace because he's an android, former human. He's really good in cyberspace, even more than in real life. So we're gonna encounter him soon. We already encountered him before and we got away from him. This time we don't get away. You outdid yourself this time, Thraxton. It looks so warm and inviting. We made sure to get every detail just right. The representatives will believe the upcoming conference is genuine. Once we have them all in one place, we'll have a nice surprise waiting for them. The attack will be blamed on the Coalition. The Outer Rim will be begging us to keep them warm and safe. The Coalition will never rise to be a serious force in the sector. The war will be prevented. The purge will be stopped. Countless lives will be saved. We'll be in control. This time it will be different. They're planning to attack their own conference, blaming the attack on the Coalition. They mention a war that hasn't occurred yet they speak of it as if they've already seen it. What's going on here? They use time as a weapon. They will stop those who rise to challenge their power. Whether they realize it or not, they are agents of the Advena. We were so close to stopping them. All was lost. Not all was lost. We have to find the ship. They won't be able to activate it without you. There's still a chance, no matter how small. Why are they doing all of this? Insufficient information at the present time. We got what we came for. Let's get out of here. And here we go. Here's Kern. Found you. You won't be getting away this time. The last Molarian. I need what you have. I'll never help you. I'm afraid you'll have no choice in the matter. And Kern, you're not really supposed to win this battle. Kern is very powerful. So I'm gonna let him kill me. And these attacks are all broken right now. I'm only focusing on plot right now and not gameplay. So I will go through and fix all the gameplay stuff that's broken right now. But I'm just blowing through the plot right now. That's basically how I'm doing it. Just kill me already, Kern. He's playing with me. He's not killing me. What secrets does the last Malarian hold? Let's see. Yes, I can feel it. Zeron is being decompiled. What was once yours is mine. No. The Malarians, I see them so clearly now. Their memory lives on through me. What? A data lock? Cronus 13, get us out of here. I can't hold him for down for long. Well, I don't know what happens if you win the battle. The same thing happens either way at this time, but maybe I could put something in there. But no, it's not supposed to be a winnable battle. So yeah, so basically Kern takes the memories. Like, Zeron's still there with you as the android, but Kern, like, basically made a copy of everything Zeron was and just integrated it into himself. So what that means now is that Kern's a real threat because he can activate the Malarian tech. Rather than just you, right? So now the heat is really on to move fast, otherwise, you know, you're fucked. And then this is escaping from the facility, because obviously you broke in to get into this computer system after you get out of cyberspace.
Error. Compute not possible.
Morning. Did you miss the part with Kern? Mark Karasica? Because Kern now plays some kind of serious, is now an actual serious threat in the game than he ever was. Because he's able to copy Zeron's consciousness and integrate it into himself. So now he's a real threat. Turn down. No, it's okay. We'll do it. We'll because I want to see how it changes on this. Because I made changes to this, so I want to see those changes. So I'll show you. I think it's cool. I think it's a nice little twist to the story. Because okay, so Kern already found us. We escaped last time. This time we don't escape. Okay, this is a different. This is the other cyberspace part. This is when you encounter the plot. You've seen this part already, but it leads to the next part. So you outdid yourself this time, Draxton. It looks so warm and inviting. We made sure to get every detail just right. The representatives will believe the upcoming conference is genuine. Once we have them all in one place, we'll have a nice surprise waiting for them. The attack will be blamed on the Coalition. The Outer Rim will be begging us to keep them warm and safe. The Coalition will never rise to be a serious threat in the sector. The war will be prevented. The Purge will be stopped. Countless lives will be saved. We'll be in control. This time it will be different. They're planning to attack their own conference, blaming the attack on the Coalition. coalition. They mention a war that hasn't occurred, yet they speak of it as if they've already seen it. What's going on here? They use time as a weapon. They stop those who will rise to challenge their power. Whether they realize it or not, they are agents of the Infinite. We were so close to stopping them. All was lost. Not all. We have to find the ship. They won't be able to activate it without you. There's still a chance, no matter how small. Why are they doing all of this? Insufficient information at the present time. We got what we came for. Let's get out of here. And then our old buddy Kern shows up. Found you. You won't be getting away this time. And again, you're not supposed to beat this battle. The last Malarian. I need what you have. I'll never help you. I'm afraid you'll have no choice in the matter. And I'm basically just supposed to die, basically. But so we'll just let Kern kind of kill us. He has 65,000 HP, so there's no chance that we'll really be able to kill him. For some reason he skips moves sometimes. I need to figure that out with the AI. Why that happens. I'm just hoping he kills us quick. Whenever I want him to kill me quick, he like makes just the right moves to where it takes forever to die. Okay. Let's see. And there's gameplay stuff that's broken, and that'll all be fixed later. I'm focused just on plot right now. Plot and storyboard for finishing this actual story, and then going back through and changing a lot of details. There we go. You're mine, Malarian. What secrets does the last Malarian hold? Let's see. Yes, I can feel it. Zeron is being decompiled. What was once yours is mine. No! The Malarians, I see them so clearly now. Their memory lives on through me. What? A data lock. Cronus 13, get us out of here. I can't hold him down for long. And so now Kern has like a downloaded version of Zeron as well, like a decompiled version. And so now he's a real threat. Now you got to act quickly, because if you don't, you know, he's going to be able to activate that ship because he has a Zeron of his own now. But it's integrated into him, so it's not like a separate personality like the one that you have. So I thought that was a nice little twist. I don't know, maybe it works, maybe it doesn't. Now I gotta figure out this part, and I'm just gonna load the game after that. So I have a save file after that battle. Yes. But you still have Zeron, right? All that Kern did was he basically made a copy and like took it for himself. Like he made a copy and like he's like, oh, everything you know, I now know. Because Zeron has all the memories of the Malarians as one person anyway. And so, but he is computer code, right? And so that's why Kern was basically able to just take it, take him. But he just made a copy. You still have Zeron, but Kern, now has the knowledge that Zeron has, and hence he will be able to use all this technology and stuff if you don't stop him fast enough. Making him a real threat. And I think I'm going to make it so that Kern isn't even on Infernus. He's like on Earth or whatever. And he thought that this would be taken care of, but it wasn't. But he's able to go into cyberspace instantly. But he's actually physically not on the planet. So there is a little bit of time to act before Kern gets there. I think I'm going to make it kind of like that. Right. It's a copy, and it's not an actual copy. It's basically like assimilation, like how the Borg assimilate something. Kern, because Kern is not just a human, he's a human merged with an AI, and so he's able to just like integrate other consciousnesses into himself. So he's basically just absorbing what Zeron knows into himself. And so I feel like that's a good way to twist it a little bit. Let's see. Now I gotta figure out the escape. Yeah, because the android as the main character in this game does not have a strong enough personality to like absorb the others. So that's why they all have their own. That's why it's more like a split personality. But Kern is strong enough to do that. So Kern basically made a copy and like made it part of himself, like as one personality. And that's why he's like so off balance, because he's just like a weird schism of a person that has like different minds that he's absorbed. We gotta make this part a little longer. Yeah, you really, I guess you could make it so that like you have like a zombie version of Zeron. that's like subservient to Kern. We might be able to do that. We'll see. We'll see when we get there. Okay, let's see here. Okay, what was the music in this room originally? Fix this while I'm here. Yeah, that might be why. Because I told the attack that it has magic, or MP, and if Kern has 0 MP, then obviously he wouldn't be able to do that attack. Okay. That makes sense. I'm gonna make him, like, instead of giving the player a few turns, at least for now while I'm testing, I'm just gonna make him like way too powerful, like 1,000% higher attack than you have. Okay. I'm working to make the android talk like an android. So I'm trying to make him a little more impersonal. Like affirmative and insufficient information at the present time, or things like that. Okay, let's see. Cronus 13, okay. Did you find anything? Affirmative. Hi, what's up, Kiyasu? Yeah, and you'll see it in a minute, Kiyasu, but I figured out a way to make Kern a real threat in this game, other than the standard threat that he posed before. Because you encounter him in cyberspace more than anything. I don't think you're gonna really fight him physically in Rebellion, but you encounter him in cyberspace. And he basically makes a copy of Zeron and integrates it into his own consciousness. And so now he has the secrets as well. And that's why him not being on Infernus, but he's on his way, why you have to act quickly. Which leads to the next bold move that you're going to have to make of the supercarrier and attacking it, even though it's heavily guarded. But I'm working on this part of when you get out of the computer system, and then we're gonna have to escape from this place. what's going on. And then go do so. I'm gonna, be streaming for like 5 hours or 6 hours. So do what you gotta do. I can show you later. I'm gonna be playing through this part a few times, so it'll probably be more developed by the time you get back. No, I hear you. I'm just this is not necessarily the part I'm focusing on at the moment. I'm gonna get another character in here, Soren. Okay, did you find anything? Affirmative, what did you find? Bonus 13, are you okay? Did you find anything? Affirmative. What did you find? Excavating a powerful Malarian prototype vessel. It survived the downfall. However, they've been unable to activate it. It can only be activated by Malarian consciousness. In other words, that Malarian is stuck in your head. Zeron, he can activate the ship permanently. Now we have a serious chance to fight back. Do you know why they're doing all this? Why here? Why now? They were trying to prevent a war. Something they called the Purge. They spoke of it as if they've already seen it. It's that outer rim coalition against the cause. Well, yeah, kind of. So they don't really care about the Malarian himself. They care that they can use what he has. So what Kern did was he made a copy and integrated it into himself. So now Kern actually can do everything that Zeron can do, but he's not physically located on Infernis, right? He encountered you because you were in cyberspace. And so at that point, now there's no incentive for them to not attack your settlements, because in the flashback of this log, what's her face, Alice Cromwell says, well, why don't we just drop a few antimatter bombs on these settlements? And they didn't do it because they didn't want to damage the android. But now that Kern has a Zeron of his own integrated into him, they no longer need the android. They don't need you. They don't need to prevent destruction in order to find you, the android. So now this really will ratchet up the heat, where you have to act quickly and almost recklessly, because you have no other choice other than waiting for Kern to activate everything himself. Because now they really can just bomb you. And so this forces Outer Rim Coalition to get their shit together and act swiftly. It's kind of how I'm seeing it. Yes, exactly. But in Kern's version, Zeron is no longer like a separate personality. Kern literally took everything Zeron knows and downloaded it into himself. And so he's like, oh, I see so clearly now. That's why he's like, the Malarians, I see them so clearly now. Because he basically just absorbed Zeron's personality. And you, as the android, still have your separate Zeron, who can still pull this off. You know, he couldn't delete Zeron from your, you know, from your brain, you know. But Zeron on paper is computer code. Like so at the beginning of the game, it was Molarian computer code that was in the android's head, and they couldn't delete it. But that doesn't mean you can't make a copy of it. And they never made a copy before because you attacked some of the main characters attacked the first copy right in the beginning of the game, right? So now Kern has a lot of power, and it's scary. Yeah, no, but Kern is. It's not going to be that Kern's personality really changes that much. It's just, it'd be like if you could forcibly take people's memories and just like integrate them into yours. And so if you did that enough, you know, of course that would change your personality, but Kern has a lot going for him as far as his wealth of knowledge and able to kind of Zeron and the main character, the android, don't have the strongest personalities, so they are separate in the android's head, but Kern can just literally integrate into himself easily. Yeah, basically. And hence, also, if there's knowledge about how, you know, Malarian technology works, or things like that, Kern now knows that, which helps him in his time travel shenanigan goals in other areas. So it just kind of sets it up for Kern to be even more of a villain in the main game. Like he gets more powerful over time. And you know, you're gonna stop him, of course, but it's gonna be tough. It's a long road. What do you mean by that? Not sure. Yeah, I know they're in trouble. They're in deep doo-doo. Oh yeah, the story's got to be engrossing. That's why I was like, I got to do something in this part of the game to raise the stakes. And so by Kern getting Zeron downloaded into himself, that really raises the stakes. And speeds up the pacing at which things have to happen, pulling them in further. I'm trying to get these guys to space as quickly as possible. Missions Protocol. Right, but Kern already got the Malarian from you, and you know, you didn't plan on running into Kern, right? Like, you didn't know that Kern could just do that, right? So and now at this point you can't shut down Cronus because you're the only one that can activate this tech, so you wouldn't shut down Cronus as the orc, as the Outer Rim Coalition, and you want to use that Malarian tech as the Outer Rim Coalition, so you actually have to keep Cronus online. By contrast, now the ESA really is trying to kill Cronus, really is trying to shut down Cronus, because they now have the tech, they now have Xenon, and they don't need Cronus anymore to be alive. And they don't want to destroy Cronus beforehand because they needed the Malarian consciousness, right? So now, right now, at this point in the game, they now have no incentive to leave you alive. And so this is when it really ratchets up, and you get like some serious tactical army battles going on. I think maybe after this part you escape back to Scrap Springs and it's like already under attack or something like that. And then you barely fight them off, and then what now? Well, we need to get to the ship. And then you go to the ship. Right. Yeah, but they chose not to destroy Cronus. And that when you're going in the beginning part, all the logs talk about how the ESA, how the androids started acting strange and that there was valuable knowledge in the computer system. And so obviously the ESA wanted that knowledge, so it's valuable. So it actually made sense that they didn't destroy Cronus. And, you know, Mari actually did want to destroy Cronus. Krax said, no, let's save it. Let's save Cronus. There might be some useful information in there. And yeah, sure, maybe they wouldn't have had the super carrier, but the ESA still would have had the inhibitor, and our heroes would be screwed. Like, if they had done what Mari wanted, they'd be screwed, because ESA wouldn't be able to activate the super carrier, but neither would you, and they were already able to activate the anti-warp drive field, and they would have just been able to kill you at that point. The Malarian consciousness gives you a way out when there was no way out before. Well, if they wouldn't necessarily destroy it all, because it could contain useful tools to combat the ESA, because they're trying to defeat the ESA, become independent, you know, whatever. No, they didn't. They didn't get a chance, because by the time you entered that facility, they had already taken the inhibitor out of there. They like, you got there after the inhibitor was already gone, but the android was left behind with the team that was still there, learning about the Malarian computer system and all that. So right when they got there, they grabbed the inhibitor and got out of there, and then your team shows up to attack and find the android after the inhibitor had already been split and was gone and out of there. So, yeah, it makes sense. Plot-wise, it makes a lot of sense. I'm almost done with this part. Just tightening it up. Okay, let's see how it feels. Let's see how it feels. Cronus 13, are you okay? Did you find anything? Oh. Okay, I gotta fix that. Gotta fix that. The easy way out. Them to turn around and face each other. Okay, it doesn't seem to be doing anything different. Oh, that's why. Because I was on the wrong event page. And then when it comes to the inhibitor, I kind of think that at the end of the game, the orc should be the ones that have the inhibitor, but the inhibitor was designed to go with the super carrier. So once the orc gets the inhibitor in the end, it prevents the ESA from warping into the Proxima star system, but doesn't really protect much further than that. Because maybe you destroy the Zelenov array, but you take the inhibitor, put it in the super carrier, and then that provides a form of protection where that's why the ESA doesn't just come obliterate Proxima, because you're able to keep them out, but you're still not that powerful, and that kind of leads up to why you're like safe in your star system in the main game, and you're branching out from there. Like they wouldn't be able to touch you. They might find a way to get around it, but like their own weapon gets used against them. Fuck. Okay. Definitely need to have them walk that much. Least. And I'm gonna have to play the other part over again because the autosave. The autosave doesn't update events in real time. So since the autosave is here, yeah, set party location. I have to play this part over again because the autosave doesn't take effect if you change an event that where the autosave occurred. So you'll see that it'll still do the wrong thing because of the autosave. Yep, still did the wrong thing. But if I play over again that part, it'll actually do it correctly. That's kind of the problem with the autosave in some ways. Skip past this part because we've already read it a few times. And I think I'm gonna make some lore with Braxton's species. I think I'm gonna call them Vampirions, and that they really are like vampires, but and then you make up some stories about them, like some of them crash landed on Earth a long time ago. You know, so you can kind of like make it like vampires were real in a way. Well, we have autosave and manual saving as well. Autosaves are good because people do forget to save, so just doing both is good. But what I'm saying is that if an autosave occurs and you change the event and you change stuff in the event where the autosave is called, then it won't update that when you load your autosave. So that's why I'm having to do this over again, because I made a change in a part of the event where the autosave was called. So I have to do this again, basically. Yes, I can feel it. Zeron is being decompiled. What was once yours is mine. No. The Malarians, I see them so clearly now. Their memory lives on through me. Cronus, get us out of here. You can't hold him from there down there alone. Cronus 13, are you okay? Did you find anything? Affirmative. What did you find? What's going on in the Verano? They're excavating a powerful Malarian prototype vessel that survived their downfall. However, they've been unable to activate it. It can only be activated by Malarian consciousness. In other words, that Malarian stuck in your head, Zeron, he can activate the ship? Affirmative. Wow, we now have a serious chance to fight back. Do we know why they're doing all this? Why here? Why now? They were trying to prevent a war in something they called the Purge. They spoke of it as if they've already seen it. They said Outer Rim Coalition was the cause. That's ridiculous. Our forces are nothing compared to them. We don't even have a unified fighting force. The pigs have spread our forces pretty thin. Apparently that will not always be the case. They feared the rise of the Outer Rim Coalition. They had the location of every orc settlement on Infernis. Scrap Springs is next on the list. It is in grave danger. If they know the location of every orc settlement, why haven't they bombed them all? The cloaking field was supposed to keep us safe. They were looking for a lost android containing a Malarian consciousness. They didn't want to damage it. In other words, you. They ordered their forces to use more conventional means to find the android, burning every settlement to the ground. That's what happened to Echo Base. All over this Zeron thing in your head. We ran into another problem. Kern, he found us. He copied and decompiled Zeron's program, absorbing it into himself. He now has the knowledge of the Malarians and Zeron. That means he can activate the ship. This is a disaster. You handed the Malarian to him on a silver platter. You encountered Kern in cyberspace, but Kern isn't on Infernis, he's on Earth. We still have a chance, but we have to act fast. He's coming. Anomalous activity detected. We've been here too long. Let's split. Oh, I forgot to... I forgot to activate. I don't have to reload from the autosave or anything, but let's see. The music playing at the right time. Let's split.
Error. Compute not possible.
Yeah, it's
System malfunction, death overload.
it's not a bad skill to have. I need to add a whole bunch of new skills too. There's like too many of the same type of skills, so I'm gonna work on that. But that's gonna be after I get my plot holes all filled, and then we'll have to do get some logs, specifically mostly gameplay stuff, or you know. But the most important part is getting the story done, and then we can really refine it after that.
I never thought I'd be
Compute not
Neil.
possible.
I think I'm fucked.
I never thought I'd be the meal.
Well, technically it's version 0.3. But we made some good progress on the story and the plot. Like I'm pretty clear about how that's going to go down now. But there is a lot of gameplay stuff and a lot of little like side story stuff, NPCs, things like that need to be added in to make it this feel like a real world of some kind, because like I only have a couple NPCs like in the casino and at Scrap Springs, but it's a pretty empty world right now. But we've mostly just been focusing on the plot and the story. God, the casino part feels like it was like ages ago. I kind of miss it. Conky Donger. But the city's pretty empty. Like there's nobody lives here, I guess. Yep, they can and will be interesting. Yeah, the debt collectors. Those will be fun. But there'll maybe be some good parts to being in debt. Like, so maybe the debt collectors have unique weapons, so you can like get their weapons by killing them. Then have a whole bunch of people around these burn barrels. Futuristic burn barrels. Powered by batteries, rare earth metals. looks like a friendly place. Warm and friendly. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, there's something with these mechs. Let me fix that. Infernis Vault. missing every time. It's probably because of the class of Roma. I probably made the hit rate slightly lower, which made it a lot lower. Hit rate. No, it's 100. Whatever.
Error. Compute not possible.
I never thought I'd be the Neil.
Well, by this point in the game, they would have some skills, and that's why this battle was harder than it will be, because I didn't have them learn any skills up to this point. Yeah, don't worry about the zeros. Those are variables. So like, if you in the main game, if you like make a decision to be nice to them or you know, slit their throat, that will affect your reputation and you know, all these other attributes. But I'm not worrying about that for now in Rebellion. When I go back after I do the plot stuff, I'm gonna make it so that, you know, your faction already has some of these filled in. In the main game, this is more important in the main game because you're affecting these in the main game based on your actions. Because that's what sets the main game apart from these episodes. Is these episodes are kind of like more linear, just a good story or whatever. But then in the main game, you make decisions, and then that affects everything else. Yeah. Skin. A thin layer of artificial tissue protects the body from excessive damage. Gotta come up with excuses, I guess. The next part is not what I'm really not looking forward to building the part where you're escaping, like this facility or whatever it is. I'm trying to think of whether I probably should just do it. This track is called Perchlorate. think I have that font. I think I like Bank Gothic more. But it's good to try it. Yeah, I know what you meant. That looks pretty good, actually. I'm digging it. Supposed to be spinning a little faster than it was. Now it's a little too fast. But it does look kind of cool anyway. But it's working correctly now. Change that to 3 frames perhaps. Yep. Yeah, probably. Yeah, that makes sense. See, this is the beginning, right? And we managed to dig through the specified coordinates. The team has confirmed what we found on the long-range scans. There's technology of unknown design below the surface. So far, we have been unable to interface with it. We are going to attempt to interface the system with our assigned android, Cronus 13. They found a relic, from the sound of it, quite rare. The Malarians, blah, 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 blah. this thing really quick. Structure must have been undisturbed for thousands of years. I wonder if it holds any clues about what happened to the Malarians. Whatever the pigs are looking for down here, we can't let them have it. Come on, let's go. I can't read Malarian. What do you make of it? The stone loosely translates as, let our memory live on. And then another tablet. We found the inhibitor. We've sent it back to Central Command for further study. Cronus 13 has been acting strange after interfacing with the Malarian computer system. The unit might need to be memory wiped when we get back to base. It appears the Malarians were destroyed by what they called the Advena. We still don't know who or what they are. The ES-18 found a device known as the inhibitor. What does it do? If the pigs were looking for it, it can't be good. The android began to act strange. I don't like the sound of this. What the hell's going on here? The android killed the team? Advena. What did it say, Cracks? You speak our tongue. Is this thing a Malarian? Perhaps the memory of one. 4,270 cycles have passed. Our mission was unsuccessful. The Advena now have the inhibitor. What does this so-called inhibitor do? It was to keep the Advena out of reach. Now all is lost. Firewall be established. Defensive protocols engaged. Orc terrorist cell detected. The wires. Aim for the wires. We have to cut the link. I actually really like how this game starts out. I think it gets off to a strong start. And also kind of weird too, which is good. You're going down. No, we've never actually shown the inhibitor at all. So we've never actually seen it yet, because it was taken from the place before we ever got a chance to see it. Although maybe I should show a diagram of it or something in the beginning, near the beginning of the game, so that the player kind of even knows what you're talking about, you know, when you say the inhibitor. Let's bring the android back with us. It might contain useful information. Fine, but we have to make sure it won't turn on us later. Don't worry, Gianna should be able to help. Come on, let's go. I think we've had enough action for one day. We've tried everything, Cracks. Maybe it's time to give up. No, we have a few more things we can try. It's waking up. It's not time yet. These Malarian data files are being extremely stubborn. Go back to sleep, Cronus 13. Yep, for sure. What do you remember, Cronus 13? Awaiting input. Good, it seems to be working. Upload one of the default AIs, Jim. Understood. Cronus 13 is ready to achieve additional or receive additional input. Give it a little more personality, Jim. Fine. How about this one? What happened to me? You were damaged. We brought you back to be repaired. Were you able to remove the Malarian code? I'm afraid not. However, I was able to implement a strong firewall that should keep the code contained. That's what I was afraid of. I don't want this thing turning on us. It's good to be cautious. The potential benefits outweigh the risk. It does have ESA command codes built in. We could definitely use that right now. Yeah, so... And then we gotta make it feel like a real rebellion, and right now it doesn't feel like it quite yet, but I think that will be established when we show the NPCs and like the activities that they're doing and the little things they say. It'll make it feel more like they're really fighting, like a fighting force of some kind. Come on, let's go. What is this place? Scrap Springs, a place for those who choose to live free. That's according to official records, a settlement known as Scrap Springs was destroyed. That's what the pigs think. Come on, let's get to the truck. I don't know what Crack sees in you. You're just another android as far as I'm concerned. Maybe you could be useful to us. I doubt it. And there will be a lot more people doing a lot more things, but I wanted to at least put a few NPCs in there. And there's going to be a lot more activity when this thing is actually done. Like, after we get our main plot, like, done-ish, then, like we're going all the way back to the beginning and adding a lot of shit in between. Right now we're mostly in storyboard mode. The gameplay stuff and the side story and lore building stuff will be a separate few devlogs for sure. And so far the game is already about the length of that Origins was. So this it's probably going to end up being about twice as long as Origins. So it's probably going to be like 10 hours or 10 to 12 hours long. Yeah, and it's just been freestyling it. So when we first started making this game, I had no idea, what twists and turns it would make. But I think we've got a solid direction at this time. Yeah, the music is extremely underrated in terms of games. I've gotten a lot of compliments on the soundtrack too, so I know I'm doing a good job there. Like, this feels like world map music, right? It's not RPG code, it's JavaScript. JavaScript is used in websites as well, but it's for the more intense stuff. JavaScript is similar to, really, like, there's different programming languages, but they usually have the same type of logic. It's called, it's object-oriented programming. C++, C#, Java, JavaScript, Python. It's the logic is similar, regardless. HTML is a little more oversimplified. It's a little bit more easy to understand if you're a human and harder to understand if you're a computer. So that's why it's slower. CSS is also just styling, which you can kind of figure out as a person. But yeah, I don't know. And then of course zeros and ones are straight computer language. So, but yeah, I find the programming kind of difficult too. But I don't necessarily need to know everything in order to make progress, I guess. Because the way I fixed that bug was I was just like, well, let me cut pieces of code out, and I just did it one at a time, and then to see what it would do. So and then I intuitively can figure out, well, this piece of code did this, but I don't like logically know how. I just was able to manipulate it in that way. What do you mean by maligned? JavaScript has been maligned. Some people don't like it. I actually like it though. It's very it's very portable, and it can be set up easily in a lot of different ways. There's a lot of JavaScript stuff out there too, so it's easy to find something and adapt it rather than. And it keeps it simple. Some programming gets too complicated, like even to like try to mess with it. I mean, I would, if you were making like a 3D game or something, probably not, JavaScript wouldn't be the best, but you know, hey, it works. It's simple. That's what I like about it compared to like something like C#. I don't really like C#. It's too complicated for me. But that doesn't mean I can learn it. I can try to learn it. But it depends on how many layers down you want to go, I guess. Like, I can understand why if you're a certain type of programmer, you would want it one way or the other. Like, if you can really code, then you probably want the most complex one possible because it allows you to do more. Whereas, if you're using an engine like I am, that's probably why I prefer it when it's a little bit more simple, because I can kind of figure it out. But no, coding does not come naturally to me at all. Any bit of it that I learn is like one of the hardest things for me to learn. Like out of anything really. Like this, I don't know how people just write this shit and have it and know, has it do something. Yeah, and Java is different than JavaScript. But yeah. God, I hate making dungeons. I hate the dungeons. I mean, I've got to make them, but I do not like it. And then I got shit for making the mazes like I did in Origins. I don't mean I got shit, but like when people commented about parts of it they didn't like, they said, oh, I didn't like the two mazes. And I'm like, oh, okay, those were the two maps that I did auto generation on to make, you know, a maze rather than like manually making it, which people like the maps that I manually make, but not the auto generated ones, which yeah. Nope. Java and JavaScript are two completely different languages. Java is more intense, it's like C++ or C#. JavaScript is kind of like more simple, and it's a little bit, it's it's the next level up. If you know HTML and you want to go like one level up, JavaScript is good. But if you want to go 2 or 3 levels up, then JavaScript is not enough. And, yeah. No, we're not getting to space today. It's not happening today because the next part that's going to happen here is first we have to build this facility that you escape from. Then once you escape, you go back to Scrap Springs to plan your next move to get the ship. When you're on your way back, it's being attacked. You save it. You break radio silence. Open a channel to all the orc settlements, telling them to attack the location of the ship. And then you enter the ship after capturing it, and then Cronus integrates into the ship, and it takes off with the happy music. With this music, as the ship is shaking loose from the ground and rising into the sky, and then this music will fade out at some point as the ship warps away, like it goes into orbit, kind of circles the planet once, and then goes off into the sunset, and then that's when it fades to Lexington, trying to get Admiral Bernard from the Canites to help. And then it'll later flash back to the carrier after the carrier has gone to a few worlds already and been like, this is the same pattern as the Malarians, a great civilization wiped out. These weapons. And so the part when you're in space is when you're really going to find out more about the time travel shenanigans that lead up to the main story. But the first part is getting the ship and getting off this planet. Yeah, you're going to find out that the Raven and Director Raw were the ones doing this, and then they've done it, hundreds of times. And that's the only reason why. Yeah, I know. I'm still waiting for those scenes too. I'm gonna have to make some new tile sets because we're gonna have to do Canite, architecture and stuff like that. It'll be fun, but I'm thinking about it. But we're gonna have to do Canite stuff anyway for the main game, so. And then it ends up being where and it's a subplot. The Canite thing in this game is gonna be a subplot. You're trying to convince the Alpha that's weak, right? Because Lexington was like, the Alpha is weak. Well, the Alpha is going to be like, no, this is out of the question. We can't fight. We have to appease the ESA. We have to, if we do what they say, if we comply, then they'll leave us alone. And then it's like, no, Alpha, that's not true. So, Admiral Bernard, who's also a Canite, goes rogue and is basically just like, no, we're going around the Alpha's back. And he loses his position. He keeps his ship. His crew decides to stay with him. And then he ends up being a significant player in the main game too. So. And what's weird though is like I always find it hard to kill off a character. So like sometimes I'm like, man, it would be really impactful if this character died at this part of the game. But then it's like, oh, but I want them to live so that they can keep doing stuff. Because I was thinking Lexington would like because you know how in the last scenes, the ESA is planning to attack their own conference, right? So, and then blame it on the coalition. So maybe Lexington dies, but he gets like everyone out of there, or maybe he lives, but he'll show up in the main game. I don't know. I like him though, so that's why I don't want to kill him. Yeah, Apuru can't because of his data plan or whatever. He has very limited data plan. So watching a YouTube stream, pretty much eats up his data plan in one day. He ate up most of his plan the last time he was on the stream, and we were building stuff on the stream. Yeah, that hour or two he was on basically ate up his plan for the entire month. I hate data caps. I mean, it's like just let the data flow, right? Like they treat it like it's like water or food, where it's like some fixed commodity, but it's not. Yeah, hopefully. Yep. Take it easy. I think I'm gonna work a little bit on this, but offline. I have to get a SIM card to somebody, and then I do plan on working on this a little later today, but probably offline. So you all have a wonderful weekend, and goodbye and good luck.